It's a beautiful day here at Sinsheimer Park. It's the eve of America's 250th anniversary, and we'll give you a little look at all the fans who chose to spend it here at the park. We've got a great game against the San Diego Bombers up and coming in a couple of minutes here, but first we will bring you guys into the broadcast. My name is Addy Daudet, once again joined by Vincent Regalado, the Director of Baseball Ops / color commentator / stats / coach.
Analytics coach, road GM.
The whole thing.
Everything.
The whole thing. Well, the San Diego Bombers came up to SLO last night and played the Blues at a 6 p.m. start time. The Blues fell to the Bombers 2-1. A little bit of a disappointing loss for the Blues. The Bombers, who did not score all game until the 8th inning, where they scored 2 runs, and the Blues only scoring once in the bottom of the 3rd inning and unable to take a lead since then. A little look at kind of how the Blues shaped out against the Bombers yesterday, specifically offensively, to begin. Left 11 runners on base. That's kind of a big one because it's been a little bit of an issue for the Blues in the last couple of days and unable to capitalize on runners on base. Not something that you can really do, especially in a game so tight where the Blues held the 1-0 lead until the 8th and then are down 2-1 to leave that many runners on.
Yeah, if you really look at it, the first thing that Coach Dean Trainer asked of me this morning when we were going over the recent struggles of the offense, I need you to tell me what our stats have been runners in scoring position. How many hits do we have? How many chances have we had? 27 chances in 3 games, which is an enormous amount of chances to cash in with runners in scoring position. 4 hits, 3 of them coming from a person who is on a bus to Reno today, Cesar Chavez. So the rest of the lineup is going to get their opportunities to cash in with runners in scoring position. We're hoping for a big day from somebody in the lineup today.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a push in the bottom of the 9th inning. Brendan Comerford, the leadoff batter, came up to the plate with 2 outs. A huge hit out into right field, gets to third base, and just unable to capitalize on him 90 feet away from tying the game and putting the Blues into extras to try to take this game back. And especially, we talked about it a little bit on the broadcast, how important these games are now because it really matters to the playoff standings and what it can mean for the Blues on the road or at home in the playoffs, which, especially at a park like Sinsheimer, makes a huge difference.
Yes, and we did talk about this yesterday as well. As bad of a day as yesterday ended up being, a loss to the Bombers, and we also talked about this too, it's been a tale of 2 teams for the Blues this year. We have the team that's taken down the Santa Barbara Foresters, that's pretty much taken over the entire Northern Division, swept Walnut Creek, beat Sonoma, beat San Francisco, beat Alameda, and then we also have the team that lost to the Coastal Dodgers, the Santa Maria Indians, teams that they have not lost to in years.
Yeah.
And so right now what we're doing is we're searching for an answer, searching for an identity. We can't say what that identity is to you because that was a closed doors team meeting, but there is an identity that the Blues will be looking for today.
Yeah. The Blues also rounded out the game yesterday with 7 hits on just 1 run scored, 2 errors, which obviously is not helpful in games where there is such a low score. Those errors really matter, especially considering not counted as errors, but when you look at the 2 runs that scored for the San Diego Bombers in the top half of the 8th inning, the only 2 runs that they had scored in the game. First base runner gets on, hit by pitch, he comes around to score, and the second base runner who gets on is walked, also comes around to score. So really, you can see how important those, not that those are errors, but those kinds of situations, especially defensively, can really impact a game. On the other hand, the Blues with 7 strikeouts, 4 of which coming from Troy Cooper, the starting pitcher for the Blues, who pitched 4 innings, and 10 strikeouts against. Really kind of goes to show how important it is to get those bats moving, especially considering that big 11 runners left on base.
And considering the fact that a lot of the production is on the bus to Reno right now, Brendan Comerford is going to Reno, Cesar Chavez is going to Reno, Kyle Becker is going to Reno, and we're looking for answers, and we're hoping to find them today.
Yeah. All right, well, we will have first pitch here in just a moment's time, and when we get back, a look at the fielding for the Blues and lineup for the San Diego Bombers, and we will have it all here on the Blues Streaming Network. It is time for baseball here at Sinsheimer Park. The color guard now coming off the field. As you can see, a look at the crowd here tonight. A sold-out game. It's a firework game. Shortly after the game ends, a fireworks show will go off here at the park. We will keep it running for you guys on the live stream if you're interested in watching. It's always a fun time, especially on the eve of America's 250th birthday. Today, the Blues are taking on the San Diego Bombers, the second game in a 2-game series. They lost last night, looking to take the game today. Let's take a little bit of a look at the lineup for the San Diego Bombers. Leading off in just a moment's time, same as yesterday, will be Dylan Martin. In the 2 spot will be Jet Grossart. Hitting 3 will be Gianluca Finelli, followed by Aiden Harrison, Jeremy Jones, Dylan Towning in the squad today. He'll be hitting in the 6th hole. EJ Barnes at 7, Mark McNanny and Aiden Campbell will round out the order for the San Diego Bombers, wearing some bright red uniforms today compared to the San Luis Obispo Blues, red, white, and blue uniforms. A little look at the fielding arrangement for the Blues. A little different, as you said, Vincent. We got some players on the road to the All-Star game, but looking over at first, we've got Joey Blank, followed by Brady Alves at second, Diego Murillo at short, Right next to him, Diego Gonzalez, not to get confused from left to right. We have Hicksonbaugh, Nahar, and Blasey. The battery for today, Miles Mater in the squat, and Cooper Fulbright on the mound, the designated hitter for the day, Kosei Suzuki. Cooper Fulbright wearing number 11 today. Switching it up just a little bit here for the America 250 game. The crowd settling down as he throws in his last couple of warm-up pitches.
I tell you what, Addy, Cooper Fulbright is worth the fireworks himself, worth the price of admission alone. A fastball that he can get up to 96 miles an hour, as we've seen before during the MLB Academy Barons game. It's been a tale of two seasons so far for Cooper Fulbright, one that we've seen dominate the MLB Academy Barons, and then the one that we had against Arroyo Seco where he really did not pitch that poorly. He just faced quite a bit of bad luck against the Arroyo Seco Saints. He also had an outing against the Santa Barbara Foresters where he looked solid for 2 innings. A little bit went wrong for him in the last inning there, but we're hoping for a little bit more of the same of the first outing from Cooper Fulbright here today.
Fulbright, who last appeared against the Arroyo Seco Saints on the 28th of June, so not too long ago. 3 hits against him with 6 runs scored. We'll see how he does against Dylan Martin, the leadoff batter for the Bombers today. The first pitch at 6:05 p.m. on the dot for ball number 1. Martin, who also hit in the leadoff spot yesterday, playing over at shortstop. The second of the 2 runs to score in the top of the 8th inning. The run to put the Bombers ahead. Coming in towards the infield grass is the third baseman, Diego Gonzalez. That one will be fired over to Brady Alves at second. He'll toss it to Joey Blank at first for out number 1.
That ball looked to slip out of Brady House's ends just a little bit, Addy. I mean, he kind of made a really soft toss over there and made it a really tough play for Joey Blank to have to make for his first play at first base in a while.
You could see like a full extension in Joey Blank's legs, almost heading into the splits to make that catch. But nevertheless, out number 1, and that'll bring up Jet Grissart, the designated hitter, who will hit it right back over to Joey Blank. That ball will be called fair. He'll toss it over to Fulbright, who steps on first for out number 2.
Isn't that baseball, Addy? The baseball has a way of finding you when you're in a position that you've never really played before. That conversation with Joey Blank that we had with him in the dugout went just like this. Joey, have you ever played first base before? Not in a while, but I can figure it out. And that's the sort of answer you want from somebody that wants to be in the game.
That's kind of an athlete right there to be able to adapt and change, especially to the other side of the infield. We've seen him a couple times over at third base at the hot corner, switching it up today. It's been fun. I mean, I can't deny it's fun, always fun having CJ Moran over at first, but I've really enjoyed kind of seeing a lot of different guys step into that role over there.
Of course, and it's such an important position. People say first base is the easiest position to play on the field. An argument could be made for that, but there's a lot that goes into first base that you really don't think about, you know, just like the cutoffs home and things like that you'll see. So we'll see how Joey Blank handles it.
Ball hit over to the left side. Diego Murillo will make the catch and fire it to first. They call him safe. And Blank looks astonished over there at first. Dean will come out of the dugout here just 3 minutes into the game.
Get the fireworks started early.
He will go to talk to the first base umpire. Will not be a long chat as he turns right back around and heads for the dugout. Well, despite that being a hit for Gianluca Fanelli, what a play over there by Murillo. It's another one of those athletic kind of performances we see from him. He's headed to the left side of the field. He rotates his body and fires it over to first. It's hard to say from up here. I would have thought that he was out, but still a valiant effort by the shortstop. Luca goes for second, and he will be called safe. The tag not in time.
And that's the one thing about Cooper Fulbright that is currently a work in progress, Addy. He's got stuff that can rival some of the best players in the CCL, but there's a bunch of small things that goes into being such a successful pitcher. Watching your runners when they're on base. Cooper did not look the runner, Gianluca Finelli, back at first base. Immediate sign that I'm going to take off and run on you.
Gianluca now stands over on second. The pitch home is a called strike one. The count is 1-1. At the plate is Aiden Harrison. Harrison, who is over at third today. There are 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. The Bombers in red, the Blues in white. Harrison will swing for strike number 2. A sea of people in the crowd here at Sinsheimer. You can't see much of the green grass, and you can hear them yelling hot sauce. The count is 1-2. Brady House stands close to second. He'll back off as the pitch goes home. In the squat today is Miles Mater.
Good job by Mater to block that ball. That curveball bounced in the dirt before it even got to home plate. It was not your typical Cooper Fulbright curveball. It kind of looks like it just slipped out of his hand a little bit.
The deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, a runner on second. It's the top of the first inning here at Sinsheimer. The throw home is swung on, and that's a strikeout for Cooper Fulbright. The Bombers with no runs scored, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base here in the top half of the first inning. The Blues will swing their bats when we get back. The score is 0-0 heading into the bottom of the first inning. Cooper Fulbright on the mound for the Blues. He faces 4 batters with 1 hit and 1 runner left on base. To lead it off for the Blues today is Dom Nahar out in center field. And he will face Sage Nelson on the mound. First pitch to Nahar, a called strike 1. Nahar leading off and playing in center field today. Big swing for strike number 2. He did not start in the game yesterday, but he came in to pinch run for Mason Ashlock. It'll be his first time facing the Bombers at the plate. The count is 0-2. The pitch home is swung on and sent high into shallow center field. Coming in is Jeremy Jones. He'll make the catch for out number 1. Let's take a little look at the lineup for the San Luis Obispo Blues. Leading off, as I just mentioned, was Dom Nahar, and the 2 spot is Jake Hicksonball, followed by Diego Murillo. Miles Mader in the cleanup spot today. Joey Blank hits 5th. Kosei Suzuki, the designated hitter, in the 6th hole. Tate Blasey is in the 7, and Diego Gonzalez and Brady Alves rounds it off. Jake Hicksonball steps to the plate now. One out here in the bottom of the first inning. Jake Hicksonball out in left field today. First pitch to him misses low and outside. Hicksonball, who also did not appear in the game yesterday, it'll be his first time at the plate. First time the Bombers have seen him so far this season. The pitch home, a called strike 2. The count is 1-1 with 1 out here in the bottom of the first. He looks to go, he does not, for ball number 2 to Jake Hicksonball out in left field today for the Blues. We last saw him against the San Francisco Seagulls earlier on in the week. Played that first game, hit in the 2 spot then as well. He was the designated hitter in that game. He did not record a hit, but walked in the second inning. The count is 3-1 to the left fielder, Jake Hicksonball. The pitch misses outside, and he will draw a walk. The Blues with a base runner here in the bottom of the first inning. Jake Hicksonball heads for first.
Sage Nelson starting to pitch true to his scouting report too, Addy. I mean, Sage Nelson started the lefty off with a fastball, started the righty off with the curveball so far this at bat. We'll see what he starts Diego Murillo off here.
Diego Murillo steps to the plate. Murillo hitting in the 3 hole today. He's back over at shortstop. We've seen him get pretty comfortable over there this season. Murillo, who hit in the 2 yesterday, recorded a single in the first inning, made his way to third, but was left on base. He recorded a fly out and 3 ground outs after that. He'll hit this one over to the third baseman, who will head for second. Second baseman to first. The ball will get away from the first baseman, Mark McNanny. But the San Diego Bombers will get the lead base runner, and Jake Hicksonball will head back to the dugout. And Diego Murillo to first on a fielder's choice. Stepping to the plate now is the catcher, Miles Mader, wearing his red elbow pad and ankle. Matches very well with this uniform. Kind of has a red streak going through it. It's the red, white, and blue uniforms. There's 2 outs here in the Bottom of the first inning, the Blues with a base runner. As Mater sees ball one.
And I mean, this is kind of, again, what we went over in the scouting report with him. If you're a right-hander, the first pitch he likes to throw to about 60% of the time is a curveball. So far, all three right-handers started off with a curveball.
Throw over to first. Big dive from Murillo. He'll be safe. The count is 1-0 to Miles Mater. Pitch home is fought off to the backstop. Mater, who played in the game last night as a designated hitter. He was not in the squad. Yesterday was Kevin Spear. Mater, who hit in the 4 spot, as I said, the designated hitter, grounded out, followed by 3 strikeouts. He was the third out twice, the second out the other 2 times. A ball and a strike as that one's tossed back over to first. Another big dive from Murillo. He'll be safe.
Something you can kind of take to note here, too, is Sage Nelson has a bit of an unorthodox delivery. Right now, if you're looking really closely, you can see his arm drops beneath his glove when he delivers the pitch, and so the hitter should look to see what grip on the pitch he's got.
That pitch is a ball up high. The count is 2-1. Miles Mater at the plate. A runner stands on first in Diego Murillo. Another throw over to first. That one will get away from the first baseman, McNanny, and off for second is Murillo. And he will get there safely.
And that was a hot topic that we just touched on earlier today as a coaching staff meeting with the players. I need you to get bigger leads out at first base. I would much rather you get picked off at first base for having a good lead than thrown out at second for having a bad lead. And so there he got a big lead. He garnered a big enough lead to warrant a throwback, caused a bad throw off to second base.
Murillo, who had a couple big leads over there. I mean, you could see Nelson continue to throw back there, and a couple big dives from Murillo, which proved effective. He now stands on second, a big lead over there as well. In a 2-out situation, Miles Mater with 3 balls and 1 strike. A base runner in scoring position for the Blues. The 3-1 pitch misses up high, and he will walk. A little look at the fielding for the San Diego Bombers. At first is Mark McNanny, followed by A.J. Barnes, Dylan Martin at short, and Aiden Harrison at third. The outfield from left to right is Aiden Campbell, Jeremy Jones, Gianluca Finelli. The battery for today is Dylan Towning and Sage Nelson. The designated hitter, Jet Grosset. To the plate now is Joey Blank over at first today. He'll come up with 2 outs and 2 runners on. The first pitch to him is sent sky high. Looks like the catcher Towning will call for it. He will not make it, and it drops in the field. That is a base hit for Joey Blank.
Okay, Addy, as a former catcher myself, I'm going to tell you what went wrong there. Immediately, as soon as the ball was hit up in the air, the catcher is supposed to turn and face the fans because it's easier to get behind the ball when the ball is hit up in the air like that. Unfortunately, he was looking right at Sage Nelson. The ball kept climbing up, and he was never able to get behind it.
No. The bases are now loaded for the designated hitter, Kosei Suzuki. The first pitch to Suzuki, a called strike 1. A little recap, standing on first is Joey Blank, on second is Miles Mater, and over on third is Diego Murillo. The 0-1 pitch to Kosei Suzuki. Misses up high for ball number 1. One ball and 1 strike. He'll hit that one out into right field. That ball will be caught by Gianluca Fanelli. A diving play for the right fielder. The Blues with 1 hit, no runs, no errors, and 3 base runners left on here in the bottom of the first inning. The scoreboard still reads 0-0 as we head in the top of the second. Jeremy Jones will lead it off here in the top of the second inning for the San Diego Bombers. The scoreboard still reads 0-0, both teams with just 1 hit in the top of the first. The Bombers send 4 batters to the plate. Just 1 hit by Gianluca Fanelli. He's left on after a strikeout to Aiden Harrison, which brings Jeremy Jones to the plate now. He'll see ball 1 from Cooper Fulbright on the mound. He'll hit that one high into center field. Going back a few is Dom Nahar. He will make the catch on the move. And that will be the first out here in the second.
And when you leave the bases stranded as an offense, what you really need in the next inning is for your pitcher to have a shutdown inning, to tell you without actually saying it, I'm going to pick you up, I got you. So we need that from Cooper Fulbright today.
The Blues leave 3 base runners on the pads in the bottom half of the first inning. Just 1 hit in the inning from Joey Blank, who stood on first when the inning ended. As pitch 1 is sent outside for ball 1. At the plate is Dylan Towning, the catcher for the Bombers. The count is 1-0 with 1 out. That pitch will miss high for ball number 2. Dylan Towning, who caught for the Bombers in last night's game, also hitting in that 6th spot. In fact, we have identical lineups until the number 8 batter for the Bombers today. He did not record a hit last night. However, he reached base on an error from the pitcher in the 5th inning. Other than that, A ground out, a fly out, and a pop out to finish off his day. He has 3 balls, and that will be strike number 1. He tosses his bat to the visiting dugout, but it looks like he'll have to go and pick it up. Aw.
I think that's more embarrassing than striking out, looking, and tossing your bat, because that was such a confident and far bat toss for a pitch that was pretty much right down the middle.
Yeah, he sent that one right over to the on-deck circle. His teammate E.J. Barnes, who's on deck, helps him out. And that one will miss low and inside.
That ball is still live, so Miles jumps on it, thankfully, before the runner can take second.
Well, Dylan Towning will head to first base. And E.J. Barnes will now step to the plate. Barnes over at second today, just as he was in last night's game. He reached base just one time, a walk in the 5th inning. First pitch is low in the dirt. Mater will keep it in front of him, and that will be ball 1. Dylan Towning over on first. Not a terribly huge lead. A swing and miss from E.J. Barnes for strike number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 1 runner on for the Bombers here in the second. The 1-1 is hit sky high into the infield. Will it stay in the field of play? It looks like it will, and Diego Gonzalez will make the catch for out number 2.
Great play by Diego Gonzalez there, Addy. And can we talk about teaching tape 101 as a catcher? As we just saw in the last inning, the catcher refused to turn around. Miles Mater right there turns his body because that's just the way that gravity works. No other fielder on the field is going to try to make the play the way that that catcher did in the last inning. So good job on Mater to turn his body and try to make that play. Ultimately, he gave it up to Gonzalez, which is perfectly fine.
Yeah. Great communication by the third baseman and catcher there. There's a runner on first, and at the plate is Mark McNanny. McNanny's first appearance against the San Luis Obispo Blues. He did not appear in the game yesterday, but he's over at first. He'll swing. That'll get away from Mater. The throw down to second will be on the wrong side of the bag. It looks like Brady lost the ball there a little bit, but Murillo will pick it up, and Towning now stands on second. A stolen base for the catcher. The count is 0-2. The pitch home is swung on and chopped foul. McNanny will stay alive in the at-bat.
Hear that ominous Jaws music as the fans are searching for their second bottle of hot sauce of the night.
The count is 0-2. On the mound is Cooper Fulbright. At the plate, Mark McNanny. Off goes Towning for third. There will be no throw, and a second stolen base for Dylan Towning. And the Bombers, a runner just 90 feet away from putting the first run on the board.
And that's a tough play for Miles to be able to need to make right there. I mean, that pitch was inside, slipped out of his glove. It happens.
A pitch fouled off over the first base side. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Mark McNanny. McNanny, a Ranger at Regis University. He will swing and miss for out number 3. Cooper Fulbright with his second K of the day. And the Bombers with no runs, no hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base. The game is still scoreless as we head into the bottom half of the inning. Leading it off for the Blues here in the bottom of the second inning is Tate Blasey. Blasey out in right field today, and I'm not sure if you guys can hear it on the broadcast, but he has one of my favorite walk-up songs.
Really?
I don't know why, it just feels right.
You're a big Fergie fan.
Maybe. I don't know.
You're Fergalicious, whatever they call it.
Fergalicious.
Whatever call they
Yeah.
fans over there.
I don't know. I really like his walk-up song. It gets me hype. I feel like intimidated. First pitch is high for ball number 1. Blasey, who did not appear in the game last night, so it'll be his first time facing the San Diego Bombers. He did appear against the San Francisco Seagulls a couple of days ago on Wednesday as he fouls that one off the first base side. Blasey, who hit out in right in that game as well.
Catcher's interference. Blasey is going to take first base, Addy.
You look down for 1 second, and the catcher's interference. All right, so Tate Blasey will head to first, and that is the leadoff base runner for the Blues here in the bottom of the second. We'll recall how the bottom of the first ended. A bases loaded situation and unable to capitalize on any of the 3 base runners. We'll see if Diego Gonzalez can do anything about the runner on first, who's actually headed for second. He will be safe. The tag not in time, and that is a stolen base from Tate Blasey.
Incredible lead by Tate Blasey once again. Taking bigger leads. You love to see it here in the early part of the game.
And I admired the aggression over there. You mentioned obviously a big lead, but taking off on that first pitch, kind of showing the dominance of the Blues right here on the base pads. Quickly, a runner in scoring position for the home team. Blasey tapping his toes over at first, a big lead as Gonzalez sees ball 2. A squirrel runs across the field, right over by Brady Alves in front of the Blues bullpen. And that is 3 straight balls to Diego Gonzalez. 3 balls and no strikes, no outs, and a runner on second base. The pitch home misses low, and Gonzalez will head for first.
And you like the quality of at-bat that Diego Gonzalez takes there. One meeting that we had as a coaching staff today was how do we get creative in getting Diego Gonzalez more at-bats. He showed up a little bit midway into the season, as most people at this point have already gotten 30, 40, some up to 80 at-bats. So we have to find a way to get Diego Gonzalez in there. Today he's playing third base for that reason.
Gonzalez's 5th game with the Blues so far, and he'll stand on first as Brady Alves, the second baseman, steps to the plate, but not before the head coach will come out to meet his pitcher on the mound. It's Scott Stanley. And it looks like that will be it for the pitcher, Sage Nelson. We will let you know who the Bombers are bringing in when we get back. Brady Alves will come back to the plate. He is taking on Braden Davis, who stands on the mound now for the San Diego Bombers. He comes in for Sage Nelson, who pitched the first inning and then started off here in the second. He faced Tate Blasey and Diego Gonzalez. Blasey on by a catcher's interference and a stolen base to second, and Diego Gonzalez with a 4-pitch walk. And Brady Alves will now come to the plate. It's a double steal as he shows bunt, and no throw will be made to third or second. And the Blues with 2 runners in a scoring position. I mean, this must have been quite the pregame chat, because this has been some fun base running to watch for the Blues.
Part of it, too, is that the pitchers that the Bombers have deployed today have not done a very good job at keeping the Blues on base. There's no pickoff moves, there's no checkbacks, there's nothing like that so far.
The batter, Brady Alves, calls time. The count is 1-0. Braden Davis, attending Youngstown State University.
Teammate of Mikey Rodriguez.
The 1-0 is a called strike 1. He appeared in 5 games in the 2026 season, 3 innings pitched. He faced 26 batters, 1 strikeout, 10 walks, and 4 hits, an ERA of 33. And that pitch misses low and outside for ball number 2. Yesterday over at second, it was Diego Gonzalez, who's now moved over to third, and Brady Alves back into the lineup. He last appeared on Wednesday against the San Francisco Seagulls. The count is 2-1. The pitch home is hit off the hands, and that will fall over the first base side for strike number 2. There are no outs here in the bottom of the second inning. Base runners on third and second. It's Diego Gonzalez 180 feet away, and Blasey just 90. The game is currently scoreless here in the second, as a big swing and a miss from Brady Alves. And that will bring up the top of the order in Dom Nahar. Alves the first out here in the second. And the Blues with more opportunities to bring in those 2 base runners.
The Wolves with runners in scoring position seem to continue. We're hoping the top of the lineup can come through and crack here.
Dom Nahar has come to the plate. He flew out to center in his first at-bat. And a big swing from him for strike 1. He seemed almost a little delayed on that swing. There's just 1 out here in the bottom of the second inning. Another big swing from Nahar, pretty identical to his first one, and quickly the count is 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, another swing and miss from Dom Nahar. That is 3 strikeout. That's 3 strikes, all of them swung on. And that will be the second out here in the bottom of the second.
And you've got to be a pretty good pitcher to get Dom Nahar to swing and miss, Addy. 98th percentile in the league on whiff rate. If he's swinging and missing, that pitch was good.
Well, that will bring up Jake Hicksonbaugh. Hicksonbaugh, who walked in his first at-bat, and will try to do something about those 2 runners in scoring position. The first pitch is fouled off to the backstop for strike 1. Blasey and Gonzalez, the first 2 batters in the bottom half of this inning. They watched Alves strike out and Nahar strike out. The 0-1 pitch, a big swing from Hicksonbaugh for strike 2.
Everybody clap your hands. Come on, y'all. Everybody clap your
Davis now with 5 straight strikes. Jake Hicksonbaugh tightening up to the plate. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and sent down the first base side, and that will fall foul. Another life for Hicksonbaugh at the plate, and Blasey will head back to third and Gonzalez to second. The game is still scoreless here in the bottom half of the second inning. The Blues with 1 hit, identical to the Bombers' 1 hit. Hicksonbaugh back in the batter's box. The 0-2 pitch hits Hicksonbaugh in the bat. He will throw his bat over to the home dugout and walk himself down to first base. And once again, folks, the Blues have the bases loaded.
The right person that you want up with the bases loaded here too, Addy. Diego Murillo, who has been such a great hitter for the Blues in clutch situations, did come up a bit short last night in the 9th inning, but that doesn't say what he's done for us this whole season.
Diego Murillo, who reached base on a fielder's choice in the first. There are 2 outs. The bases are loaded for the Blues. First pitch is swung on and missed for strike 1. If you recall the first inning, the Blues left 3 base runners on. On third, it was Diego Murillo. On second, it was Miles Mader. On first, Joey Blank. Today, it's Blasey at third, Gonzalez at second, and Jake Hicksonbaugh over at first. The count is 0-1. There's 2 outs. That pitch close to the hands of Diego Murillo for ball 1. The infield playing back. Every base runner off the pads. The 1-1 pitch. A called strike 2. One ball and 2 strikes. There's 2 outs in the bottom of the second inning. No runs yet on the board for either team. The 1-2 pitch is swung on, and that will be it for the second inning. Once again, the Blues leave 3 base runners on the pads. There are no runs and no hits. 1 hit. The game scoreless through the second. The bottom of the order at the plate for the San Diego Bombers. It's Aiden Campbell down in left field today. First pitch to him, high for ball number 1. The Blues leave 3 base runners on in the bottom of the second inning. The game still scoreless here in the third. Cooper Fulbright on the mound as Campbell fouls that one off the first base side for strike 1.
We could be half glass empty about the fact that the Blues have left 6 runners on in the first 2 innings. We can be half glass full about it, though. If you think about it this way, you can't score runs without getting runners on. There's been a lot of traffic so far in these first 2 innings for the Blues. They won't go 0-fers forever.
I think we can also admire that the bases loaded with no hits So the Blues a little gritty there at the plate. A catcher's interference, a walk, and a hit by pitch. 2 balls and 1 strike. That ball hit up the field. A big stretch from Fulbright. He'll underhand toss it to Blank at first for out number 1.
They say pitchers are athletes too, Addy, and look no further than that example from Cooper Fulbright right there. Pounced on that ball like a cat.
Quick reaction time from the pitcher there. I mean, finishes the throw and quickly turns around and fully extends to catch that ball. And you could see the speed he took to get over to first to make sure that toss was thrown in time and precisely for out 1.
The adrenaline is pumping here on fireworks night.
The stands are packed, that's for sure. Hardly any grass to see from up here in the press box. And Dylan Martin to the plate. The first pitch to Martin gets away from the catcher Mater for ball 1. Martin, who grounded to second in his first at-bat. That pitch misses low and inside. Martin will scoot his feet back. And that'll be the second ball. At this point in the game yesterday, neither team had yet scored, as Martin has 3 balls and no strike. And Fulbright will give him strike number 1. In fact, it wasn't until the 3rd inning that the Bombers had, it wasn't until the 1st inning where the Bombers recorded their first hit. As Dylan Martin heads for first, he draws a walk. And the Bombers with a runner on.
This is something we can watch closely here for Cooper Fulbright, Addy, is how do you respond to adversity? That was a lot of the conversation that we all had earlier. How are you going to respond to adversity? Putting a runner on first after a fantastic play you made fielding your own position is going to tell us a lot here.
Jet Grissert now at the plate, waves his red bat over his shoulder as that pitch misses low and inside for ball 1. Joey Blank stands with Dylan Martin over at first, who drew a walk. The count is 1-0. Throw over to first will not be in time. Martin with a relatively small lead, especially compared to what we've seen from the Blues so far today over at first. The count is 1-0 at the plate is Jet Grissart, as that one's thrown over again. It looked as though Martin was almost caught there, but slides in safely.
It's a beautiful pickoff move by young Cooper Fulbright, Addy, to almost catch the runner at first sleeping and giving Joey Blank almost his first pickoff.
The count is 1-0. Another throw over to first, this time a little bit higher. There'll be no tag. Joey Blank stands over at first. It's Dylan Martin for the Bombers, as he throws it home for ball 2. Fulbright taking a moment on the mound. The 2-0 misses high and outside for ball 3. There's one out here in the top of the third inning. Aiden Campbell hits it back at the pitcher, Cooper Fulbright, who tosses it over to first to get out number one as Fulbright sends in his first strike to the designated hitter. Three balls and one strike. The pitch home. A called strike two, and Fulbright works his way back through the count as it runs full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. There's 1 out and a runner, and Dylan Martin stands on first. The pitch home. A called strike 3 looking. Cooper Fulbright with his 3rd strikeout in the game. 1 in the first, 1 in the second, and 1 here in the third, and that's 2 outs to the San Diego Bombers.
Would you say he responded to adversity well in that at-bat, Addy? I mean, 3 straight balls to start it off. Immediately throws 3 straight strikes in the same exact location.
3 straight balls while also trying to fight off the runner over at first, which he'll do again. He'll jet it back over to Joey Blank at first. And Dylan Martin, who's got to be exhausted at this point, dives back safely. At the plate now is Gianluca Finelli. Finelli, who records the only hit for the Bombers so far today. Slow swing from him for strike number 1. It's a beautiful day here at Sinsheimer. The sun is shining. It's a lovely 65 degrees. No balls and 1 strike with 2 outs to Finelli. He'll swing and miss once again for strike number 2.
Nice pitch right there by Cooper Fulbright. With the way that he's been throwing the ball the last 3 pitches, did not need to throw a strike there. Made him chase with the slider low.
The count is 0-2 to the right fielder, Finelli. A runner stands on first. He takes off for second, but first Finelli will swing and miss for out number 3. The San Diego Bombers with no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base here in the top of the 3rd inning. The game is still scoreless as we head into the bottom half. Miles Mater will come to the plate here in the bottom of the third inning for the Blues. The game is still scoreless. However, I will note, and not jinx it, but just note that the Blues scored their first and only run of the game in the third. So take that how you will. The first pitch way off the plate and all the way to the backstop to Miles Mater for ball one. Mater, who walked in the first inning. It's his first time facing Braden Davis at the plate. The 1-0 pitch is swung on for strike number one. The Blues have left 3 base runners on, both in the first and then again in the second inning. We talked a lot about this in the pregame show, how in last night's game they left 11 runners on, and how it's kind of been a little bit of a trend in the last couple of games, something that the Blues are trying to fix. We've mentioned a couple times this little pregame chat, trying to light some fire. We've certainly seen some aggression on the base paths, which has put the Blues in scoring position so many times today, as the 1-2 pitch misses low in the dirt. The count is even to the catcher, Miles Mater. Miles Mater wearing number 48. The 2-2 pitch is swung on, and it looks as though he fouled that one off, and he will stay alive at the plate.
Just got a piece of it, Addy. I mean, he was confident that he did. The umpire seemed to agree. The catcher did not look like he agreed, but the important thing is the umpire did, so Miles lives to fight another day.
2 balls and 2 strikes here to Miles Mater. On the mound is Braden Davis. The pitch home is up high, and Mater turns away for ball 3, and the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff batter of the inning, Miles Mater. The pitch home is way off the plate, and he will draw another walk. And the Blues with a leadoff base runner.
So we're looking for positive things here today, Addy. Miles Mater did swing and miss twice on that at-bat right there. However, a fantastic at-bat to fight all the way back to 3-2 and take a confident walk. He never even thought about swinging at that pitch off the plate.
A competitive at-bat for Miles Mater, and that will bring up Joey Blank, who singled in the first inning. It's his second time at the plate now. He singled while Mater stood on first from a walk, as Davis throws one over to first. The first pitch to Blank misses outside for ball 1. Blank over at first base today. The count is 1-0. The pitch home hits Blank in the back as Mater heads to second.
Doesn't look like the umpire agreed. I think he just thought that the ball came off the glove, and Blank seems to agree too, because he never even started walking at first. But that's technically a stolen base for Miles.
All right, well, a runner in scoring position for the Blues. Miles Mater, another stolen base on the season. The count is 2-0. The pitch to Joey Blank misses outside for 3 straight balls from the pitcher, Braden Davis.
And they say when you get tired, Addy, the first thing that goes is not your velocity. Braden Davis is still pumping it in there. The first thing that goes is your accuracy.
Davis, who came in the second inning, as Blank sees strike number 1. He came in for Sage Nelson, who faced the first 2 batters, Tate Blasey and Diego Gonzalez. And Then Davis came in to get 3 strikeouts. Sorry, yes, 3 strikeouts, and it looks like Blank thought it was time to head for first, but the umpire calling strike number 2, and the count is full to Joey Blank. On the second is Miles Mader. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and hit into right field. That ball will drop, and round goes Mader. There will be no throw at the plate, and that is the first run for the San Luis Obispo Blues here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. History repeating itself, and Mader fired up as he heads into the dugout.
And what a hit by Joey Blank there, Addy. I mean, he went with that fastball to right center field, which means you're a little bit late on it. His barrel stayed in the zone long enough for him to send it out there and drive Miles home for a much-needed run.
Miles Mader comes in for the first run of the game, and you're right, it's a perfectly placed ball from Joey Blank there. I mean, it falls exactly where the right fielder Gianluca Finelli can't come in to get, and it looks like the head coach for the for the Bombers will head to the mound, speak with his pitcher, Braden Davis. And it looks like they'll let him figure it out here in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. He's faced 2 batters here. He walked Miles Mader, who stole to get to second, and a base hit by Joey Blank brings him all the way back home. Kosei Suzuki now to the plate. Flew out to right in the 1st inning. He'll come up with no outs and a runner on first. He'll see strike 1. I had the chance to speak with Kosei Suzuki earlier today, and along with the journalist here, Julianne Shivers. And we learned that the reason that he chooses the walk-up song he has is because one of his teammates at the community college he attended before heading to LaSalle, one of his teammates had just like put the song on during one of his at-bats, and he hit a home run. And now he keeps it on for good luck. The count is 0-2 to Kosei Suzuki as that pitch misses outside for ball 1. On first is Joey Blank, an RBI single to bring in Miles Mader in the first run of the game. One ball and 2 strike. Off goes Blank as Kosei swings for strike 3. And that will be the first out in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Joey Blank will head to second on a stolen base, and Tate Blasey will come to the plate.
Looks like the head coach is going to argue that Kosei Suzuki was impeding the catcher's progress in trying to make that throw down to second base. It's a losing battle, as we've come to understand, with CCL umpires Addy as he continues to walk back to the dugout.
Not a very long chat indeed. Hard to overturn when there's no replay and no way for the umpire to change his opinion, especially considering it's the home plate umpire and it's happening right in front of his eyes. If he thought that Kosei Suzuki had gone in the way, I'm sure he would have called it. At the plate now is Tate Blasey, who swings at strike 1 on second is Joey Blank. An RBI single to score Miles Mader, and steals for second to put himself in scoring position. The 0-1. A called strike number 2. There's 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd. No balls and 2 strikes to Tate Blasey, who reached on a catcher's interference in his first plate appearance, and he will strike out swinging 3 straight strikes to Tate Blasey from Braden Davis, and that will bring up Diego Gonzalez.
And that's an important insurance run over there at second base, Addy, especially considering the Blues were only able to score 1 run yesterday. Diego Gonzalez has probably the biggest at-bat of the night so far.
Gonzalez, who walked in the second, and well, it looks like the head coach will come back out to the mound to visit his pitcher, Braden Davis. And it looks like that will be it for Davis. We will let you know who it is when we get back here on the Blue Streaming Network. Gannon Dwyer now on the mound for the San Diego Bombers. He will face Diego Gonzalez here in the bottom of the third inning, and his first pitch, a strike one. Dwyer comes in for Braden Davis, who faced the first 4 batters and recorded 2 strikeouts. On second stands Joey Blank, as that one is high and inside. Diego Gonzalez pulls back for ball 1. Dwyer, another member of the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference. He attends Colorado Mesa University. Off goes Blank for third. There'll be no throw, and that will be another stolen base for Joey Blank.
Conventional wisdom says that's not the time you want to steal with a left-handed hitter up and 2 outs. However, he got such a good jump on that, the catcher had absolutely no chance at catching Joey Blank. And
it's obvious that Dylan Towning in the squat knew it as well. He didn't even attempt to throw it down there to third. And the Blues, the runner 90 feet away from scoring as Gonzalez sees ball 3.
Some impressive at-bats from Diego Gonzalez here to start off his night. Exactly why we wanted to get him more spot starts in the lineup.
The count is 3-1. The pitch home is swung on and sent high. Towning coming it to the fence, and he will make the catch on top of the Blues on deck circle. He catches the ball, it pops out as he hits the ground and lands right back in the glove, and that will be out number 3. A pop-up from Diego Gonzalez. The Blues with 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on base here in the third. And we will head into the top of the 4th inning. The score 1-0. It's the top of the fourth inning. The Blues score one in the third. An RBI single by Joey Blank to score Miles Mater. Heading into the fourth, Aiden Harrison will lead it off for the Bombers. The first pitch high and inside. Harrison ducks out of the way. And that will be ball one. Harrison, who struck out swinging in the first. He'll hit that one off the hands down to the third base side foul. Just one run scored today. The 1-1 pitch misses for ball two. You could see the hesitation from Miles Mater behind the plate, expecting to hear a call to strike two. The 2-1 pitch misses low and outside for ball number three. Identical to last night's game, the Blues score the first run in the bottom half of the third inning. The 3-1 pitch is swung on for strike number two, and the count runs full.
We had a bit of alligator arms right there, Addy. His arms never got extended on the pitch that was inside. Unfortunately, you're never going to hit a ball with alligator arms.
You say alligator, I would say T-Rex.
T-Rex arms, that's a good one.
Thank you. The 3-2 pitch is swung on for strike number three, and Cooper Fulbright strikes out Aiden Harrison once again here at Sinsheimer.
And if you're Texas A&M, you have to be very happy with the way that Cooper Fulbright has responded to his adversity today, constantly finding himself in 3-ball counts and coming back, finishing the at-bats and getting outs from them is such a big thing for him.
It's one of the more dominant traits of the Blues pitching staff, which we do often rave about, as that one is hit up the middle. Brady Alves dives to try and make the stop, and that one will trickle in to center. A base hit for Jeremy Jones.
You have to respect the effort there from Brady Alves. I mean, he dove at that ball so hard his hat came off. That's a hustle play right there, Addy.
Jeremy Jones now stands on first. A single here in the fourth for Dylan Towning. Towning, who walked in the second, stole then to second base, and then again to third. The second Bomber to be in scoring position today, the first to touch third base. Cooper Fulbright will step off the mound as catcher Miles Mater will go and meet him. Seems to be quite the chat over there on the mound. And Mater will head back to behind the plate. The Bombers are chasing one run here in the top of the fourth inning. A single from Jeremy Jones puts him on first. At the plate is Dylan Towning. The first pitch to him, he shows bunt and fouls it off for strike one. No balls and one strike with one out to Dylan Towning. Throw over to first will not be in time. Diego Gonzalez on third, plays close to the infield grass. Prepared for Towning to show bunt again. No balls and one strike. Off goes Jones for second. The throw will be off the bag, and he will take second safely.
Got a great jump there. I mean, Cooper Fulbright did all he could in looking that runner back. I think he was always going to be stealing that base no matter what.
The count is 1-1 to Dylan Towning at the plate. The third runner in scoring position for the Bombers today. It's Jeremy Jones over on second. Fulbright checks his shoulder. He sends the ball home. A slow swing from Towning for strike number 2. You could tell he did not want to go for that pitch, but it was too late. His bat had crossed the plate. Cooper Fulbright ahead of the count here. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. A runner on second for the Bombers. Dylan Towning, the catcher, at the plate. The pitch misses low and outside for ball number 2.
Everybody clap your hands. Come on, y'all.
Press box director Natalie Boyd
Clap your hands.
attempting to get all of the fans here at Sinsheim to clap their hands.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Cooper Fulbright staring over at second. He'll send the pitch home. It will miss low and inside for ball 3. The count is full. Fulbright, who's not unfamiliar with this count. There's 1 out. Looking to win the battle against Dylan Towning. Glances to second. The pitch. A called strike 3. Dylan Towning tossing his bat over to the dugout, but he will go with it as he jogs back to sit down.
Addy, I don't think Picasso could have painted that corner any better. What a curveball by Cooper Fulbright.
Cooper Fulbright with 2 strikeouts here in the 4th. And E.J. Barnes will come to the plate. A runner stands on second for the Bombers. It's Jeremy Jones who singled and then stole. E.J. Barnes now to the plate. The first pitch to him is swung on and sent to the third base side. It will fall foul for strike 1. E.J. Barnes, who popped out to the third baseman, Diego Gonzalez, in his last at-bat. Fulbright with 2 glances to second. He will send the pitch home as that one is laced out to left field. Jake Hicksaball will make the throw home, and it will not be in time. It gets away from the catcher, Miles Mader, and E.J. Barnes will head for second. An RBI single from Barnes. He'll advance on the throw, and the San Diego Bombers tie the game in the top of the 4th inning. Jeremy Jones comes in to score the first run of the game for San Diego. That'll bring up Mark McNanny. McNanny over at first today. He struck out swinging in his first at-bat. He was the 3rd out as he comes to the plate with 2 outs once again. E.J. Barnes dancing over at second as McNanny sees ball 1. One ball and no strikes. Fulbright checking his shoulder as that pitch misses low and inside for ball 2. Two balls and no strikes. The pitch home is way outside for 3 straight balls to Mark McNanny.
And you have to imagine this is Cooper Fulbright's last batter. I believe there looks to be a reliever getting hot in the Blues bullpen who just stopped warming up and looks to be ready to come in the game after this pitch.
3 balls and no strikes. The pitch home, a called strike 1. We've seen Fulbright work his way back into a count before. There are 2 outs here. The game is now tied. The man who stands on second, E.J. Barnes, who brought in Jeremy Jones for the first run for the Bombers. The 3-1 pitch swung on by McNanny, and the count is full.
Everybody clap your hands. Come on, y'all.
3 balls and 2 strikes. There are 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. The Bombers have scored 1. Another runner stands in scoring position on second. Cooper Fulbright looking to finish out the top half of the inning. He glances to second. The pitch home is swung on, and he sits down Mark McNanny for out number 3. What a pitching showing from Cooper Fulbright in that last at-bat. 3 straight balls and works his way back with 3 straight strikes. And the San Diego Bombers with 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. The game is tied heading into the bottom of the 4th. Brady Alves to the plate for the Blues in the bottom half of the 4th inning. The Bombers tie it up in the top half, and RBI single by E.J. Barnes to score Jeremy Jones. And the score is 1-1.
Brady looks to build some momentum coming off that hustle play at second base that he tried to make in the last inning. Hopefully build some momentum for himself on offense after attempting to make such a great play.
The count is 0-1 as he fouls that one off to the Little League field. The Blues, who scored their first run in the bottom of the 3rd inning, an RBI single by Joey Blank to score Miles Mater. The 0-2 pitch is slapped off the hands of Brady Alves, and that will fall foul. He'll have another life at the plate.
Brady appears to be picking him up very well in this at-bat, not swinging and missing at anything so far.
The count is 0-2. Brady Alves, who struck out swinging in his first at-bat, as that one is way off the plate for ball one. One ball and 2 strikes. The pitch home is swung on for strike number 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Brady Alves, and that will bring up the top of the order.
The most important thing about playing these 6 p.m. Sinsheimer games is the importance of scoring runs early, Addy, because the Shadows have completely taken over the pitcher's mound here in the bottom of the 4th inning, making it just that much harder to pick the pitcher's arm angles up.
The top of the order now to the plate. It's Dom Nahar. First pitch to Nahar is way off the bag for ball one. Nahar flew out to center in his first at bat. He struck out swinging in his second as he sees ball 2. Two balls and no strikes. The pitch, a called strike 1. Dom Nahar out in center field today. It's where we've seen Cesar Chavez quite a bit so far this season. He also is on the road with a couple of his other teammates heading to that all-star game in Reno, Nevada.
Well deserved.
Very well deserved. Chavez will be missed in the lineup today. He reached base in 3 of his 4 at-bats. 2 walks and an RBI single to score the only run of the game. The count is even 2-2. That pitch will miss low, and the count runs full to the lead-off batter for the Blues, Dom Nahar. Pitch is swung on and sent over to the second baseman, E.J. Barnes. He'll fire it to first, and that will be out number 2. Dom Nahar with a ground out to second. And that will bring up Jake Hicksonbaugh, who has reached base in both of his at-bats, first by a walk and then a hit by pitch. It'll be his second time coming to the plate with 2 outs. First pitch to Hicksonbaugh is low and outside for ball 1. They called strike 1 to Hicksonbaugh. There are 2 outs here in the 4th. The game is tied 1-1. As that one misses low for ball 2. Gannon Dwyer has faced 2 batters so far, Hicksonbaugh being the 3rd in this inning. The 2-1 is swung on and sent over to the second baseman. Barnes will pick it up and fly it over to first. The first baseman, Mark McNanny, does not make the catch, and Jake Hicksonbaugh will reach first. An error by the first baseman. And Jake Hicksonbaugh will stand on first.
Error or not, Addy, that was great hustle by Jake Hicksonbaugh to bust it down the line and force not only an errant throw, but a misplay by the first baseman there as they try to speed up.
Hicksonbaugh now has reached base 3 times today. He has yet to record a hit, but has found a way to reach the pads for the Blues. At the plate now is Diego Murillo. The count is 1-1. Drake Hixenbaugh stands on first. Off he goes for second as that ball is thrown to first. The play to second will not be in time. Jake Hixenbaugh, what an effort on the pads today.
And what did we just talk about so far in the game, Addy? Getting a good lead, because he was about to get picked off for having a good lead. However, made a break for it and gave himself a chance because he had a good secondary lead already.
Hixenbaugh with the speed on the pads. He has made quite the effort as a base runner here in the game so far. He now stands in scoring position. The count 1-1 to Murillo, who fouls it off the first base side for strike 2. One ball and 2 strikes, 2 outs to Diego Murillo. Murillo, who came to the plate in the second inning with the bases loaded. That one misses outside for ball 2. The deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. A runner stands on second. It's the bottom of the 4th inning. The game is tied here at Sinsheimer 1-1. Gannon Dwyer on the mound for the Stompers. He sends the pitch home as that one is swung on and fouled off, this time to the visiting dugout. That ball swung on and sent foul once again by Diego Murillo. Battling in this at-bat, is refusing to go down. A runner in scoring position for the Blues, and the deuce is still wild. Murillo with a big deep breath as he steps back into the box. Pitch off the plate, and the count runs full. Diego Murillo, who reached base on a fielder's choice in the first and then struck out swinging in the second.
Full count for Diego Murillo. That's what you're trusting him for here in the 3 spot.
The pitch is swung on and fouled off once again. Diego Murillo battling in the box.
And I tell you what, Addy, that's the sign of somebody that is seeing a pitcher very well. With as tough as it is to see the shadows, Diego does not look very fooled by anything Gannon Dwyer has in his arsenal right now.
No, he's staying calm and relaxed. You see him take this big deep breath every time he steps back into the box after fouling a ball off. Keeping himself collected. The 3-2 is hit on over to the second baseman, E.J. Barnes, who will toss it to first. The catch will be made by Mark McNanny. And that will be it for the 4th inning. No runs scored for the Blues, no hits, 1 error on the first baseman, and 1 runner left on base. We head into the 5th, tied 1-1. Lucas Shannon to the mound for the San Luis Obispo Blues. He comes in for Cooper Fulbright, who went the first 4 innings. He faced 17 batters with 6 strikeouts, 2 walks, 3 hits, and 1 run scored.
There is a pinch hitter for the San Diego Bombers for Aiden Capel, number 10, Joey Dossel.
Joey Dossel back in the game. He hit in the 9-hole in last night's game as the designated hitter. First pitch to him, a called strike. The 0-1 is swung on and sent foul down the first base side. Aiden Campbell, who only appeared at the plate once in the game. It was in the 3rd inning. He grounded out to the pitcher, who at the time was Cooper Fulbright. And the count is 0-2. Pitch misses high and inside for ball 1. One ball and 2 strikes to the pinch hitter, as that one gets away from the catcher for ball 2. Two balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff batter of the inning. It's Joey Dossel, who came in here in the 5th, and he will take ball 3 inside. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and fouled back, and Dossel will fight in this at bat. The count is full to the leadoff batter in the 5th inning. The pitch is swung on and sent over the head of Lucas Shannon, but Murillo will pick it up and fire it to first for out number 1.
I genuinely do not think that there is a play that Diego cannot make, regardless of where he is on the diamond. Shortstop, second base, third base, you put him there, he'll make the play.
Well, and even further than that, being at shortstop for the large majority of the past games that the Blues have played, he has made plays at shortstop, but all over the diamond. We've seen him head over to the third base side, heading left. We've seen him go right over the bag at second. We've seen him come in, as we just did. We've seen him just turn himself in all different ways and still seem to make that play to first. It's dangerous to hit the ball over to the left side of the field. At the plate now is the top of the order, Dylan Martin, and that will be a called strike 1. Lucas Shannon in his 6th appearance for the Blues. He's pitched 11 1/3 innings, as that one is hit down the third base side foul for strike 2. 11 1/3 innings, 16 strikeouts, an ERA of .79, and a whip of 1.32. There are no balls and 2 strikes to Dylan Martin, and he will see ball 1 outside. The game is tied 1-1. The Bombers with 3 hits, the Blues with 2. The 1-2 pitch misses. Never mind. That is strike number 3 to Dylan Martin. He watches that one come across the plate, and he will head back to the dugout, and that'll be out 2. And Jet Grossert will come to the plate. The umpire had me fooled there for a minute. I saw Mater throw that ball down to the third baseman, Joey Blank, but the delayed called strike 3 caught me off guard. Jet Grossart hits that one right in the gap between the first and second baseman into right field for a base hit.
Let's talk a little bit about Lucas Shannon and what he has to offer us. He's got a fastball that has a little bit of cut action that he can get up to 89 miles an hour. A slider that on its best day can break about 13 inches. And if we're talking the most important metric for Lucas Shannon here, by fielding independent pitching, which is a metric designed to state what a pitcher's ERA is if he can control only the things he can control, is 2.46, which is really good.
At the plate now is Gianluca Finelli. He swings at the first pitch. It falls out of the glove of Miles Mater. Grossart will stay on first. Finelli, who singled in the first and struck out swinging in the third. That pitch in the dirt for ball 1. Throw over to first will not be in time. The count is 1-1. There are 2 outs here in the 5th. The Bombers, who took the game yesterday 2-1, scoring their only runs in the 8th. The pitch home in the dirt. Mater will keep it in front. Grossart will stay at first. 2 balls and 1 strike to the right fielder. The shadows have quickly creeped across the field, covering the majority of it. The pitch will miss outside for ball 3. Dom Nahar out in center, as well as Hicksonball in left, each with a sliver of sunlight. The rest of the field encapsulated in shadows. 3 balls and 1 strike to Gianluca Finelli. Grossart stands on first, and that ball will miss inside. Finelli will take first. Grossart will head for second. The Bombers with 2 runners on.
Next up, number 1, Aiden Harrison.
That'll bring up the third baseman wearing number 1, Aiden Harrison. Harrison, who struck out swinging twice today. The first pitch to him misses low and outside for ball 1. The game is tied 1-1. The Bombers with a runner in scoring position. Shannon checks his shoulder to second. He fires strike number 2 home. Scratch that, make it 1. Got a little excited there. Strike number 1. Checking his shoulder to Grossart on second. He's gonna go home once again as that one's fouled off to the backstop. That will be strike number 2. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. It's the top of the 5th inning. Shannon nods his head, checks his shoulder once again to second. The pitch is swung on and fouled back over the first base side. Harrison battling in the at-bat.
Just getting a bit under it. That's why it's coming back towards the press box area.
Got to be careful. It's a packed crowd here. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch just misses inside for ball 2. The deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on.
Everybody clap your hands.
Jet Grossart stands on second. Gianluca Finelli on first. The 2-2 pitch is a double steal as that one misses inside. Mater looking to throw down to third. It's a right-handed batter. He's unable to get around to make the throw. The Bombers now with 2 runners in scoring position. The count is full. There are 2 outs. Aiden Harrison at the plate.
And at this point, if you're Lucas Shannon, you're probably thinking, I'm going to throw my best fastball here. Hope he doesn't hit it and get us out of this inning.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch home is swung on, and Lucas Shannon gets out of the top of the 5th inning unscathed. No runs scored for the San Diego Bombers. 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. The game is still tied 1-1 heading into the bottom of the 5th. Riley Plummer on the mound for the San Diego Stompers, the 4th pitcher to come into the game, and he will face Miles Mater. Riley Plummer, a pitcher at Doane University. The first pitch, a ball to the catcher, Miles Mater. The count is 1-1 to Miles Mater. As he swings and fouls that one back over the first base side. Miles Mater, who's reached base twice today, both on walks. He's the only Blues player to make it all the way home today. He scored on an RBI single from Joey Blank in the third as he swings and misses, and he has something to say to the umpire. Immediately turns around after swinging, frustrated with the umpire. That will bring out Dean Trainer.
I believe Miles tried to call time to the umpire, and the umpire did not grant him the time in time before the pitch was being delivered. It looks like Dean Trainer is going to come and back his player up, which is the wise thing for a manager to do for his starting catcher.
You can see Miles Mater's immediate response after swinging at that final pitch there. Clearly very frustrated with the umpire's actions behind the plate.
And is there a right answer to this? Not really. I mean, yes, if you're asking for time, you do want to be granted time. However, the umpire does not need to grant you time.
Unfortunately, Mater maybe unable to compose himself before the pitch came in after trying to call time. And that will bring up Joey Blank. Mater strikes out swinging for the first out here in the fifth. Second pitch outside for ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Joey Blank, who has singled in both of his at-bats, the second being an RBI to score Miles Mater in the third. A well-placed ball out to right center. He then stole second and third, but was left on base. 3 balls and 1 strike to the first baseman, Joey Blank. The pitch is swung on and sent over the head of the shortstop, and it will roll into left center. He will stay on first, and another base hit for Joey Blank. That is 3 straight singles.
How about Joey Blank's big day, Addy? 3 for 3 with 3 singles, 2 of them well struck. That one he pulled. And when you pulled the ball to the left center field gap, that means that you were on time and you hit it really well.
Kosei Suzuki will now step to the plate. There's 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Joey Blank stands on first. And that ball will be hit over to right field by Kosei Suzuki. It will fall fair as he heads for second. Blank looks like he'll go home. That ball trickling over to the shortstop position. Joey Blank will score, and Kosei Suzuki an RBI triple.
That is absolute madness right there, Addy. I mean, that's just a communication breakdown by the San Diego Bombers defense. A wonderful hit by Kosei Suzuki. Never stops running. The right fielder misses his cutoff man and throws it to second base. No one is there to receive the ball, allowing Joey Blank to come all the way around to score and Suzuki to end up at third.
That a very cohesive play there. I mean, you can tell that Blank and Kosei Suzuki were both very aware of what was happening on the field, and of course the help of Rene Regalado over on third to send Blank home and bring Kosei to third. I mean, that is some impressive base running for the Blues. That will bring up Tate Blasey now. The Blues take the lead once again here in the 5th inning. The score is 2-1. An RBI triple from Kosei Suzuki.
Heating up at the right time exactly when you need him to for this playoff push, Addy.
Blank Blasey hits that one high. The catcher will make the catch, and that will be out number 2. Dylan Towning, the catcher for the San Diego Bombers, getting in the correct position this time. We saw him miss a fly ball over near the backstop from not getting around the ball. This time he turns, faces the crowd, is able to make the catch, as you were saying, Vincent, and that's out number 2. To the plate now is Diego Gonzalez. There are 2 outs here. Kosei Suzuki stands on third. Pitch home. A called strike 1. Pitch gets away from the catcher. Kosei Suzuki coming in to score. He will touch home plate, standing up and head into the dugout, fired up. That is the 3rd run for the Blues, the 2nd of the inning. Kosei Suzuki scores on a pass ball.
Good base running there. I mean, a hot topic, like we said in this before the game, good base running wins baseball games. The Blues have picked up 2 runs in this inning just off pure good base running alone. First by Joey Blink and now by Kosei Suzuki.
100% could not agree more. Kosei Suzuki, I mean, first of all, just this chance to get over to third, as that one is hit off of the bat of Gonzalez to the first baseman, Mark McNanny, to end the inning. But man, Kosei Suzuki, an RBI triple right after Joey Blank singled the Blues with 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, and no runners left on base. The score is 3-1 heading into the top of the 6th. the Blues take 2 more in the bottom of the 5th inning. A huge hit by Kosei Suzuki, an RBI triple to score Joey Blank, who has singled 3 times today in all of his at-bats he's brought in to score, and then a pass ball brings in Kosei Suzuki. Some impressive base running for the Blues today. Stepping to the plate now for the Bombers is Jeremy Jones, and he'll see ball 1 on the mound. For the Blues is Lucas Shannon. He came in the last inning. Called strike 1 to Jeremy Jones. Pitch off the plate for ball number 2. The 2-1 pitch is called for a strike. The count is even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Jeremy Jones, the center fielder who flew out to center field in his first at-bat and then singled in the 4th and was eventually brought all the way home by Mark McNanny. And the count is full. Lucas Shannon, the right-handed pitcher, against Jeremy Jones, the left-handed batter. 3 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch misses outside. It gets away from the catcher, Miles Mader. And Jeremy Jones will draw a walk, a leadoff base runner for the San Diego Bombers in the 6th inning. They chase 2. A little mound visit for Lucas Shannon. Faced 1 batter in the inning. Came in the 5th, where he faced 5. Recorded 2 strikeouts along with a ground out. 1 hit against him. 2 base runners, both in scoring position. Records that last strikeout to Aiden Harrison to end the inning. And to the plate now is Dylan Towning. He shows bunt, but pulls back for ball 1. Towning, who walked in the 2nd and stole 2nd and 3rd, was not brought home, and then struck out looking in the 4th. The count is 1-0. Shannon checking his shoulder to first. Shows bunt once again. He fouls out 1 off to the backstop for strike 1.
Probably not the best pitch to bunt right there, Addy. I mean, when you're supposed to be bunting, you're supposed to let the ball fall into the barrel of your bat. Dylan Towning was stabbing at that ball, causing it to pop up off his bat and head foul.
Standing on the infield grass is the 3rd baseman, Diego Gonzalez, preparing for another bunt. The count is 1-1, a runner on first as Lucas Shannon fires 1 over. There will be no tag, and Jeremy Jones will be safe. 2 balls and 1 strike. Third base coach throwing some signs. Another throw over to first base. The throw will not be in time. The plate is the catcher, Dylan Towning. The 2-1 pitch misses low and inside. The count is 3. Sorry, make that 2 and 1. Two balls and 1 strike. The runner stands on first. The pitch home is swung on and sent into shallow infield. Diego Maria will make the catch and fire it over to first as Jeremy Jones was heading to second, attempting to steal, but that will be 2 outs here in the 6th to just 2 batters.
Addy, he had time to go back to first base. I mean, by the time the ball was made contact with, he was only halfway to second base, continued to run. Maybe he just never heard the crack of the bat.
Yeah, I mean, made no effort to even turn and attempt to go back to first. That ball landing on the infield grass right at second base. Possibly just unaware of what was happening on the field. But that'll be 2 outs for E.J. Barnes. Ball 1 to E.J. Barnes, the second baseman who holds the only RBI for the Bombers. He scored Jeremy Jones in the 4th as he sees strike 1.
Beautiful front door slider right there, Addy, starting it at his back hip, trusting it enough that it would break into the zone, and it did.
1 ball, 1 strike. There are 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning. The Bombers chase 2. The pitch misses outside for ball 2. A beautiful purple and pink sunset out behind left field. Two balls and 1 strike. The pitch to E.J. Barnes. A called strike 2. The deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. E.J. Barnes, the second baseman. The 2-2 pitch is swung on for strike number 3. And a lucky fan here at Sinsheimer just won some hot sauce. The San Diego Bombers with no runs, no hits, no errors, and no runners left on base. The Blues lead 3-1 heading into the bottom of the 6th. Brady Alves steps to the plate to lead it off here in the 6th. The Blues lead 3-1. Alves, who Struck out swinging in the second, in the fourth. He's been the first out every time he's come to the plate. He will look to do something here in the sixth. Maybe a couple more insurance runs. That ball is hit hard out into center field. Going back is Jeremy Jones. It's one pitch, one swing, one out here in the sixth. That will bring up the top of the order, Dom Nahar to the plate. First pitch to Nahar, a called strike. Brady Alves with some hard contact in that last at-bat.
That ball was crushed, Addy. I mean, sometimes you just get unlucky.
Sometimes you just get unlucky. The count is 1-1 as he sees strike two. Dom Nahar, who's yet to reach base in the game today. He flew out to center in the first at-bat. He struck out swinging in the second and grounded out to the second baseman in the fourth inning. That pitch low and outside for ball two. The Blues in need of a couple insurance runs as that one laces back up to the pitcher who loses his glove, one-handed by the third baseman. The throw to first is not in time, and Dom Nahar with a base hit.
You know, Addy, of all the places you want to get hit on the body with the comebacker, that's probably the best one. A lot of cushion in that area.
It looks like the head coach will meet his pitcher on the mound. That had to have hurt. I mean, you saw him immediately react. Glove falls out of his hand. Looks like the whole infield is coming in to make sure he's okay. And the Blues trainer will also step out to the mound. A great effort by the third baseman, Aiden Harrison, who reacted to the change of pace and location of the ball. He goes and bare hands it down the third base line. He attempts to make the throw to first. It just was not in time. And it looks like Riley Plummer will be all right on the mound. He will stay in the game, and Dom Nahar will stand on first. That means that Jake Hicksonbaugh will now come to the plate. It's his fourth at-bat. He has reached base every single time so far, despite not recording a hit yet. He walked in the first, he was hit by pitch in the second, and then got on via error in the fourth. And the first pitch to him, a ball that drops out of the hands of Dylan Towney. You could see him kind of react to first base where Dom Nahar kind of fake went for second. You could see him try to react to the action down at first and kind of lost the ball on the transfer. 1 ball and no strikes. Off goes Nahar this time as Hicksonbaugh swings and misses. The throw is not in time. It gets out of the glove of the shortstop, Dylan Martin. And that'll be a stolen base for Dom Nahar.
Good time to run the hit and run right there, Addy. I mean, when you have a fake steal over there at first base, you're already putting the defense on alert. This guy's going to run at some point. To make him throw it at least a little bit slower by having Hicksonbaugh swing the bat is a positive.
Jake Hicksonbaugh in his last game wearing a Blues uniform this season. He will head back to school shortly. And what a game to go out on. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. There's a runner on second. Dom Nahar will take off for third as that one is fouled back. A head first dive into third. Unfortunately, he got those nice white uniforms dirty for nothing. He will head back to second. The count is 1-2 to Jake Hicksonball.
Hicks quite literally going out with a bang here tonight, Addy. All the fireworks going off.
The count is 1-2. The pitch is high. Does he go? No, he does not. And the count is even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's one out here in the 6th. The Blues lead 3-1. Dom Nahar with an aggressive lead on second. The pitch is swung on, and Jake Hicksonball strikes out in the 6th. His first time not reaching base today. That will be 2 outs to bring up Diego Murillo. It's interesting. Diego Murillo has stepped to the plate every single time today with 2 outs on the inning. And here he will go again, but first a little meeting from the catcher, Dylan Towning. Looks like that will be short and sweet. He'll head back to the plate. There are 2 outs here in the 6th. The Blues lead by 2 runs. Dom Nahar stands on second. First pitch to Murillo is in the dirt for ball 1. The pitch is outside for ball number 2. Two balls and no strikes. There are 2 outs here in the 6th. The pitch is swung on for strike 1.
Diego Murillo expanding the zone just a little bit there. 2-0 generally considered a hitter's count. Probably was looking for a pitch to swing at. Didn't get it there. Good process, not the result you want.
Big swing from Murillo to left field. Going back is the left fielder, Aiden Campbell. That ball will fall on the track, and around comes Dom Nahar. An RBI double for Diego Murillo. What a hit out to left field. I mean, you can tell Campbell was turned around spinning, trying to locate that ball and make the catch, but did not find it in time. And Murillo will take second, scoring Dom Nahar. It's the 4th run scored for the Blues.
Addy, you're not going to keep Diego Murillo down for long, as we've known of him in the past 2 years that he's been here. The local product out of San Luis Obispo High School, a grad year senior, coming through when his team needs him most once again.
Huge for Murillo, considering he's been the 3rd out in 3 innings so far. In the 1st, the 2nd, and the 4th. And looks like the head coach will come out to the mound, and that will be it for the pitcher, Riley Plummer. We will let you know who it is coming in for the Bombers when we get back. Wyatt Thomas comes to the mound for the San Diego Bombers. Comes in for Riley Plummer and will face Miles Mater in his first appearance on the mound. Standing on second is Diego Murillo. A huge RBI double to score Dom Nahar for the 4th run here against the San Diego Bombers. Correct me if I'm wrong, Vincent, since you're down in that dugout quite a bit. A little bit of fire underneath these guys coming into this game.
Yes, it was a productive closed doors team meeting before the game today. I mean, the message was simple. We need an identity. We look to have found it so far.
Miles Mater hits that one sky high. It looks like the player is a little confused as to where that ball was going. The shortstop comes all the way over into right center field to make that catch, but that will be it for the 6th inning. The Blues score 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on base. The score now 4-1 heading into the top of the 7th. The Blues score 1 more in the 6th inning. The score is now 4-1. And this game just night and day compared to last night's game where they just scored 1 in the 3rd and left 11 runners on, just 7 hits. Today they already have 6 as they finish the 6th inning, and the Bombers step to the plate here on the top of the 7th. Leading it off will be Mark McNanny.
Looks to be a pinch hitter, Jackson Summers, in the game.
All right, Jackson Summers in the game. He started yesterday for the Bombers. He hit in the 8th spot just as he's doing now, played center field as he sees strike 1. He comes in for Mark McNanny, who struck out swinging twice today. Struck out as the 3rd out both times. We'll see if Jackson Summers can do something here in the 8-hole. And he laces that one over to the left side. Hicksonbaugh does not make the catch. He plays it off the wall, sends it in to second base, but not before Summers gets there first. A leadoff double for Jackson Summers, his first plate appearance in this game today. And that will bring up Joey Doskosel.
Addy, that ball was whacked.
The ball was whacked.
By Jackson Summers. I mean, you can't make better contact with a hanging slider than that without sending it over the fence.
And Jake kicks the ball out and left, playing the ball he best he could. I mean, he could tell how hard that ball was hit to the wall. He waits for it to ricochet off back into his glove and attempt to make the throw in, but Summers already making it to second. The first pitch to Doskosel, a ball outside. The Bombers, with just one run today, it was in the fourth inning, an RBI single by E.J. Barnes, who scored Jeremy Jones's. That one hits Doskosel, and he will head to first.
Joey Doskosel not very pleased by being hit by that pitch. Addy took a second to take a breather, gather himself before heading down to first base.
Doskosel, who entered the game in the fifth inning, so it's just his second at-bat, rounded out in the fifth, and now reaches base on a hit by pitch. The 10th base runner for the Bombers today is Doskosel over on first.
And Dean Trainer is ready to make a pitching change. Addy, will it be Carson Boyer or Hunter Kohler coming out of the bullpen? With the lefty at the plate, my money's on Carson Boyer.
Well, we will see if you're right when we get back here on the Blue Streaming Network. Carson Boyer comes to the mound for the San Luis Obispo Blues here in the top of the 7th inning. He comes in for Lucas Shannon. And he will face the leadoff batter, Dylan Martin. He'll inherit 2 base runners. On second is Jackson Summer, and first is Joey Doscosol. First pitch, a strike to the leadoff batter. Martin has reached base once so far today. He grounded out in the first, walked in the third, and struck out looking in the 5th. The pitch is fouled back for strike 2. We're almost at 3 hours here at Sinsheimer. We're in the 7th inning. A little bit of a longer game than we've gone used to, especially compared to last night's game that I think was about 3 hours and 15 maybe. That ball swung on from Dylan Martin. A strikeout for Carson Boyer.
And Addy, let's talk about Carson Boyer. When you think about the California Collegiate League, as we call the CCL, what the point of the San Luis Obispo Blues is to develop the players of the future. Carson Boyer has shown so much development since he's gotten here, tinkering around with different pitch grips. He's finally found a sinker and a slider grip that he really likes, and it shows right there.
Kind of the whole point of summer ball is to be able to adapt and learn from players in all different leagues and coaches. As that ball is fired back to Boyer, he tosses it underhand over to third base to get the leadoff runner. What an awareness by the pitcher there to get the leadoff base runner.
Pitchers are athletes too.
Pitchers are athletes too, you're right. The fielder's choice puts on Jet Grossart and gets out Jackson Summer on the pads. There's 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. The score 4-1. At the plate now is Gianluca Finelli. First pitch, a called strike 1. The 0-1 is swung on and sent foul over the first base side, right out to Beer 2. It looks as though someone maybe caught that one off the bat. Ball fouled off.
Everybody clap your hands.
Back to the visiting dugout. The count is 0-2. There are 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning.
Everybody clap your hands.
Runners on first and second. Gianluca Finelli at the plate. Called time. On second is Joey Doscosol. On first, Jet Grossart. The 0-2 pitch misses inside for ball number 1. One ball, 2 strikes. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. The Bombers trail by 3. The pitch home is swung on and chopped down the third base side. No play will be made on the pads. An effort by Diego Gonzalez to come in on that ball, but a slow roller. It's a hit, but looks more like a bunt the way it kind of falls down the third base side. And the bases are loaded.
Yeah, Addy, it doesn't get any more unlucky than that if your name is Carson Boyer on the mound. To generate such weak contact that nobody can get to it, and now the bases are loaded.
The bases are loaded for Aiden Harrison. He has struck out 3 times today. First pitch is fouled off over the first base side. A strike 1. A little recap on first is Gianluca Finelli. On second is Jet Grossart. And on third stands Joey Doscoso. Pitch is swung on and fouled back, and quickly the count is 0-2. Carson Boyer way ahead. There are 2 outs. The bases are loaded. A strikeout would be lovely. A pop out would work. A fly out would work. At the plate, Aiden Harrison. He has struck out swinging 3 times today. Twice has he been the third out. Called time by the batter Harrison. Oh, 2 pitch is swung on and sent high into center field. Coming in is Dom Nahar. He will make the catch. And Carson Boyer gets out of a bases loaded situation in the top of the 7th inning. The San Diego Bombers score none. 2 hits, no errors, 3 base runners left on the pads. The Blues still lead 4-1 as we head into the bottom half of the 7th, but first we'll stretch it out. Joey Blank leads it off for the Blues in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Carson Boyer comes in the top half. He inherits 2 base runners. Another gets on, and he gets out of the bases loaded situation with a fly out to center field. The Bombers leave 3 on. Now at the plate is Joey Blank. The count is 2-0 as that one is hit up the middle and will drop in front of the center fielder for another base hit for Joey Blank. He is 4 for 4 on the day. 4 singles, one of which an RBI, the other one brought him around to score, and Kosei Suzuki will step to the plate. The designated hitter who tripled in the 5th to score Joey Blank. First pitch, a ball to Kosei Suzuki. A little bit of a fielding change for the Bombers. Over at third is Osais Hinohosa. As Kosei Suzuki sees strike one. Interestingly enough, Hinohosa came in the game to pitch last night. Pitched 3 innings and now stands on third. A big throw over to first. And Joey Blank dives in safe as that ball was up. You could kind of see, I don't know if you noticed it, Vincent, the first baseman kind of pretending like he had missed the ball. He like took off as if he was gonna run over to the fence to retrieve it, hoping that maybe Blank would stand up and take off for second. Pitch is fouled off to the first base side.
Yeah, I mean, Addy, there was no way that Joey Blank was falling for that. I mean, the first base coach was right there telling him to stay on the bag. Maybe that works in like Little League, but here in the CCL, that just wasn't going to work.
You know, it gets to a point in the game where you'll try anything. Another throw over to Blank will not be in time. The count to Kosei Suzuki is 1-2. Throw over to first will not be in time once again. Pitch is high for ball 2. The count is even. Blank leading off over at first. That pitch is high for ball 3. The count is full to Kosei Suzuki. Suzuki with that big triple out to right field to score Joey Blank in the 5th. Another throw over to first. Fans starting to boo the pitcher. Three balls and 2 strikes. The pitch is fouled back as Blank was heading for second. He'll go back to first.
Can we name this the Joey Blank game, Addy? I mean,
it really is.
44 for 4. He was not expecting to be in the lineup tonight, much less play first base for the Blues today. And he stepped up in a big way, playing a heck of a first base as well as collecting 4 hits.
Good things happen to those who sacrifice a little. I mean, he comes in to take over at first, a position he hasn't really played before, and it works well from him. That is ball 4, and Kosei Suzuki will head to first. Joey Blank, who was on the move for second, can jog it off. And the Blues with 2 base runners here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Coming up next for the Blues, number 35,
Tate Blasey now to the plate. There are no outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Blues still lead 4-1 with 7 hits compared to the Bombers' 6. And the coach for the Bombers will head to the mound. And I'm thinking that will be it for Wyatt Thomas. We will let you know who is going to be on the mound when we get back. Murdoch Taylor will come in the game for the San Diego Bombers here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. He will inherit 2 base runners. On second, it's Joey Blank. On first, it's Kosei Suzuki. At the plate is Tate Blasey. There are no outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning as he swings for strike 1. The infield off the bags. The pitch home is low and outside for ball 1. The count is 1-1. There are no outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Pitch is low for ball 2. Murdoch Taylor, the 6th pitcher to come in the game for the Bombers. Two one is swung off and sent to the backstop. The count is now even 2-2. The pitch is way off the plate, and the count is full to Tate Blasey, the right fielder who has reached base once today on a catcher's interference in the 2nd. He followed by a strikeout and a pop-out. Looks to record his first hit of the day. The 3-2 is fouled off, and Blasey will stay alive in the at-bat. The count is full. The pitch to Blasey is a called strike 3. That'll be the first out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. A strike out looking to Tate Blasey, and that will bring up Diego Gonzalez. The 3rd baseman will come to the plate with 2 runners on, 1 in scoring position. It's Joey Blank over at second and Kosei Suzuki on first. Gonzalez, who singled in his first at-bat, followed by a pop-up to the catcher and a line-out over to first. The runners are off the pads as Gonzalez sees ball 1. One ball and no strikes. There's 1 out. Throw back over to second, and Joey Blank dives back in safe. We have seen some exceptional base running for the Blues today, especially between these 2 players in the 5th inning. 1 ball and no strikes. Diego Gonzalez at the plate. That one misses outside for ball 2.
6 stolen bases by the Blues today, Addy.
Wow.
It's a fantastic number, and a number that they try to hit every single game. I mean, when you run as aggressively as the Blues, you're looking to steal as many bases as you possibly can, but some bad base running has led to some caught stealings that really should not be there.
A swing and a 2-0 count for Gonzalez for strike 1. That ball fouled off to the backstop. The count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. There's one out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Blues lead 4-1. Base runners on first and second.
You can tell they're having a little bit of trouble picking up Murdoch Taylor here. I mean, when you throw as a sidewinder, especially late at night, you're trying to use that center field fence as a batter's eye. Doesn't really work out really well.
And the count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Diego Gonzalez. Base runners on first and second. The 3-2 pitch is swung on, and that will be a strikeout swinging for Diego Gonzalez. Back-to-back strikeouts for the new pitcher, Murdoch Taylor. Brady Alves will come to the plate with 2 outs and runners on first and second. Alves has yet to record a hit today. He crushed his last ball out to center field. However, not out of the way of Jeremy Jones. Two outs, bottom of the 7th inning. The pitch is swung on and fouled back. Alves coming out aggressive in this at-bat. One strike here to Brady Alves. The pitch is low for ball 1. One and one. The second baseman standing over by his base as Brady Alves swings and misses for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. There's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 2 runners are on base. Joey Blank on second and Kosei Suzuki on first. Big leads by both of the base runners during this at-bat. The second baseman skirting over by second. The pitch will go home and will miss low. Man, did the catcher think that that was strike 3. He immediately takes off running for the dugout, but will have to walk back.
So I figured something out all the years that I spent catching Addy.
Okay.
If you walk off the field like that, the umpire thinks you're showing them up, and they're not going to call that a strike.
The deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 base runners here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Brady Alves at the plate. The pitch home is swung on for strike number 3, and that is it for the 7th inning. The Blues with no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 runners left on base, and they lead 4-1. The Blues lead 4-1 as we start off here in the top of the 8th, and it'll be Jeremy Jones who comes to the plate to lead it off for the Bombers. They trail by 3. And will face Carson Boyer. First pitch misses inside for ball 1. Jeremy Jones, the center fielder for the Bombers, he flew out to center field in his first at bat, singled in his 4th, was eventually brought around by E.J. Barnes to score the one and only run for the Bombers so far today, and then walked in the 6th, but out on the base pads. The count is 1-2 to Jeremy Jones. A look at last night's game. The Bombers scored their only 2 runs in the 8th inning. And we'll see if anything happens here for them. The count is even 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Blues fans hitting the wave here, Addy. What are your opinions on that?
I absolutely love it.
Really?
And that is strike number 3. Jeremy Jones watches that one cross the plate, and that is the first out in the top of the 8th inning.
Let's talk about Carson Boyer a little bit and what he has to offer here. He's a sidewinding lefty that throws a sinker slider changeup combo, meaning he's got everything for any type of hitter. Changeups and sinkers for righties, sinkers and sliders for lefties, and everything else.
At the plate now is Dylan Towning. And that ball comes in hot to his front shoulder. It just misses him for ball 1. He fouls that one off for strike number 1. The count is 1-1 with 1 out to the catcher, Dylan Towning. Pitch misses outside for ball 2. Towning, who walked in the 2nd with 2 stolen base, landed himself at 3rd, was not brought in. He was the only base runner for the Bombers in that inning. He then struck out looking in the 4th and popped out to the shortstop in the 6th. The 2-2 pitch is swung on for strike number 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Carson Boyer here in the 8th.
Absolutely dispatching the San Diego Bombers offense. The only piece of contact given up by Carson Boyer, that weak dribbler that ended up as a single, maybe went like 15 feet. Outside of that, has been absolutely dominant.
E.J. Barnes will now come to the plate. He'll look to do something with 2 outs here in the top of the 8th inning. He hits that one hard, foul down the first base side.
It looks like the umpire granting the hitter time. Miles Mader has something to say about that because if you remember, he did not grant him time on a strike 3 call. Wondering, where was my time?
E.J. Barnes with a big hit in the 4th. It was a single to score Jeremy Jones, the only run of the day for the Bombers. That one hit over to Diego Maria at shortstop. It'll be fielded by Joey Blank at first, and that will be it for the top of the 8th inning. The Blues still leading 4-1. It is the bottom of the 8th inning here at Sinsheimer. It's a exciting birthday eve for America's 250th anniversary. Fireworks will happen shortly after the show, but first we gotta finish this game out. The Blues lead 4-1 here in the bottom of the 8th. And to lead it off is the leadoff batter, Dom Nahar. First pitch is low and outside for ball 1. Nahar, who singled in the 6th in an RBI double from Diego Murillo, scores him for the 4th run of the game. A called strike 1. Fans staying in the park, waiting for that exciting fireworks show here on the 3rd of July in anticipation for the 4th tomorrow. It's a packed crowd for the Blues, and what an exciting game for all these fans to be at. Ball 2 to Dom Nahar. Pitch is off the plate, and that's 3 balls to Dom Nahar, the leadoff batter for the Blues today. The game at 3 hours and just under 30 minutes. The 3-1, it looks as though that one did not hit him, but it's ball 4 nevertheless. So he will head to first. And coming to the plate, very likely, his last hit in a Blues uniform on the season. It's Jake Hicksonbaugh to the plate. Hicksonbaugh, who's reached base 3 out of 4 times today, looking to finish out his season with a hit. First pitch is outside for ball 1. One ball, no strikes. There are no outs here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Blues lead by 3. The pitch is hit over to the third base side, foul. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Addy, you never know what next year may bring for Jake Hicksonbaugh. I mean, this could be his last hit or his last at-bat ever in his Blues career. I mean, a 4-year Blues player ever since he was in high school.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch is low for ball 2. Hicksonbaugh, a local kid, so it's got to mean a little bit more to him, especially as you mentioned his 4th year and possibly hanging up the Blues jersey. 2 balls and 1 strike. Throw over to first. It gets away from the first baseman. Dom Nahar will take off for second. It looks like he'll round but stay over there. No, he will not head for second. And it looks like the third baseman tried to get him out as as Nahar was kind of baiting going to third. He throws it to the second baseman, who maybe Nahar just didn't know was behind him.
I think so. Here's the thing that happened with that play. As soon as the throw was wild to first base, it looked like the entire infield for the San Diego Bombers went to go chase that down. And so Dom Nahar was kind of dancing around there at second, wondering if he could bait a throw by a returning San Diego Bomber to second base. What he didn't expect was the center fielder to be coming up behind him ready to field it cleanly.
2 balls and 1 strike. A runner now stands on second. Jake Hickson ball at the plate. The pitch home is swung on for strike two. The count is even.
Everybody clap your hands. Come on, y'all. Everybody clap your hands.
Two balls and two strikes. Jake Hickson ball at the plate. The pitch is swung on and sent to the backstop. He will stay alive, fighting in this final at bat.
Yeah, and Hickson Ball, who grew up in Atascadero, California, a varsity baseball star at Atascadero High School, grew up coming to Blues games, Addy. You can tell this at bat means quite a bit to him.
2 balls, 2 strikes. There are no outs here in the bottom of the 8th. A runner stands on second. The pitch home is high and outside, and the count is full. Regardless of what happens in this at-bat, Jake Hickson ball not going down without a fight, a competitive at-bat for the local kid.
Competitive at-bat for a very competitive player.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Off goes Nahar. A throw down to third. It will not be in time. Dom Nahar steals third, and Jake Hickson ball will draw a walk. Maybe not exactly what Hickson ball was imagining in that situation, but regardless, he gets to stay on the pads and keep playing in front of the crowd here.
You have to wonder if he's ready to take off for second base, too, to put runners on second and third and no outs.
At the plate now is Diego Murillo. He comes up with runners on the corners. Dom Nahara stands on third. Jake Hickson ball on first. As he sees ball 1. The 1-0, and Jake Hickson ball takes off for second. I'm not sure that the catcher, Dylan Towney, even saw him going. There was no throw or even an effort to do so. The Blues have 2 runners in scoring position. Jake Hickson ball stands on second, Dom Nahar on third. There are no outs here in the bottom of the 8th. The count is 2-0 to Diego Murillo, and the infield all on the grass as he fouls it off for strike 1. Two balls and 1 strike. It's Diego Murillo at the plate. The entire Bombers infield on the grass. The 2-1 misses low and outside. It's 3 balls and 1 strike. Two balls, 1 strike. At the plate is Diego Murillo. The pitch is high, and he will draw a walk. The bases are loaded here in the 8th inning. The catcher, Miles Mader, will come to the plate, but first the coach will come visit his pitcher on the mound. A little recap. Diego Murillo walks and stands on first. Jake Hickson ball walks as well, but steals second and stays there right now. Dom Nahar also walks, reaches second on an error by the first baseman, and then steals to stand on third.
Sunrun, Studio Design Group Architects, Sports Balls Games, Smitty,
Looks
Slow Safe Ride,
like the coach will leave Taylor in the game.
Bay Golf Course.
See if he can get himself out of a bases loaded situation with no outs here in the bottom of the 8th.
Addy, I think he had no choice but to leave Murdoch Taylor in the game. Aaron Mingo is warming up in the San Diego Bombers bullpen. He just started throwing about a minute ago.
Mingo, who we saw appear in the game, he pinch ran for the designated hitter, Joey Doscosel, in the 8th, and was given an at-bat and struck out swinging in the 9th. Miles Mader is at the plate. The bases are loaded. There are no outs here in the bottom of the 8th inning. First pitch, a ball. One ball and no strikes. The bases are loaded. It's the bottom of the 8th inning, folks. The Blues up 4-1. The pitch is low and outside for ball 2.
Let's get the fireworks show started early. Let's see something here, Addy.
Miles Mader, who's walked in his first 2 at-bats, followed by a strikeout and a pop-out. A big moment for Mader. 2 balls, no strikes, no outs. The pitch, a called strike 1. Miles Mader at the plate. The bases are loaded. The 2-1 pitch is called strike 2. Mader, who scored in the 3rd, the first run for the Blues. He's at the plate. The count is even 2-2. Called time by Miles Mader. He gets his timeout.
He does. He gets his timeout. That was a makeup timeout for the last time. Conversation being had between the home plate umpire and Miles Mader still about this time.
The corner infielders on the grass. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and fouled off. Mader will stay alive, battling in the at-bat. Two count. The catcher, Miles Mader, at the plate. The bases are loaded. The pitch is swung on for strike 3. It was a check swing, but it crossed the plate, and that will be the first out here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
No argument from Miles Mader there. He knew immediately as soon as he fired the bat that was strike 3, started walking back to the dugout.
Joey Blank will now come to the plate. It's kind of been a Joey Blank game here at Sinshine, where he is 4 for 4. 4 singles, one of which an RBI. The other one he scored on. He'll come to the plate with the bases loaded. If anyone in this game were to do it, it would be Joey Blank. Knock on wood. First pitch to Blank is outside for ball 1. A little bit of a recap. Diego Murillo walks, he stands on first. Jake Hicksonball walks, stands on second after stealing. And Dom Nahar also walks. An error gets him to second. A stolen base gets him to third. One ball and no strikes. Joey Blank over at first today. The pitch is low and inside for ball 2.
You know when you're just seeing the ball really well, Addy, I mean, he's reacting to things out of the hand. It's like he can see where the ball's going to end up as soon as it gets released. This is impressive plate discipline by Joey Blank.
2 balls, no strikes. There is 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Pitch. A called strike 1. It is getting pretty late here at Sinsheimer, but if you want to look on the bright side, well, I guess really the dark side, the night will be very dark for these fireworks. I mean, it is pitch black out there besides the field that's illuminated.
We're the best party in town, too, and there's no curfew here, Addy.
2 balls, 1 strike. And Joey Blank sees strike 2. The count is even. Despite the fact that the bases are loaded and there's only 1 out here in the 8th, I would love to see Joey Blank just get a base hit to keep the rally going.
Why not?
An impressive outing from him. I mean, regardless of what happens at the plate right now, a very impressive outing for Blank, but come on. That'd be perfect. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. The pitch is swung on and sent foul. He will stay alive.
Everybody clap your hands.
The count is even. The pitch is hit right in the gap, and that will bring in Dom Nahar. Running around is Jake Hicksonball. The throw to the plate will not be in time. The Blues score 2 more runs. A 2 RBI single from Joey Blank. He does it once a game. I mean, it is just a Joey Blank day here at Sinsheimer. The Blues score Dom Nahar, and the local kid Jake Hicksonball comes in. The score is now 6-1. Joey Blank responsible for 3 of the runs scored today.
And for as talented of a player as Joey Blank is, I mean, the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference, Colorado Mesa, as we mentioned it time and time again, he wasn't going to struggle forever. This is a lot of the bad luck unfolding and giving back to him in this outing here.
Happy birthday greetings, late birthday going out to Brian. Happy
And
birthday, Brian.
it looks like that will be it for Murdoch Taylor. And we will let you know who is coming to the mound for the Bombers when we get back. It's Aaron Mingo on the mound for the San Diego Bombers. He inherits 2 base runners on the corners. It's Diego Murillo over at third, and Joey Blank stands on first after a 2 RBI single, and he'll face Kosei Suzuki in that one. Hits Kosei Suzuki possibly in the head. I mean, you see his reaction, immediately falls flat to the ground. Obviously just startled by the pitch being so close to his face, and Mingo will start it off here with a hit by pitch to Kosei Suzuki.
Toughest 90 feet you'll ever get in your life, Addy.
Well, once again, the bases are loaded here in the 8th inning. To the plate now is Tate Blasey. He comes up with an out and runners on every base. Kosei Suzuki on first, Blank on second, and Diego Murillo on third. Pitch is swung on for strike 1. No balls and 1 strike. Does he go? Yes, he does. The first base umpire calls that a swing and strike 2.
I think that was a I'm ready to see the fireworks
Yeah.
call, Addy.
It is getting late. It's almost 10 o'clock here at Sinsheimer. The pitch gets away from the catcher. Incoming is Diego Murillo. And that is the 7th run for the Blues. It's 7-1. Joey Blank moves over to third, and Kosei Suzuki to second. Oh, 2 count. The pitch misses outside for ball 1. The entire infield on the grass. One-two pitch is swung on for strike 3. Tate Blasey strikes out swinging to the new pitcher, Aaron Mingo, and that is out number 2 in the 8th. And Diego Gonzalez will come to face Mingo. 2 runners in scoring position. Joey Blank is on third. Kosei Suzuki is on second. The pitch is outside for ball 1. One ball, no strikes. There are 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. Pitch just misses for ball 2. Two balls, no strikes. And the count is even. Sorry, 2 balls, 1 strike. The pitch gets away from the catcher. Incoming is Joey Blank Hill. Touch home for the 4th run here in the 8th inning. The score now 8-1.
Because of course Joey Blink comes in to score, Addy. It's just been that type of night for him.
It has been that type of night for Joey Blink. No surprise up here. And now Kosei Suzuki stands on third. Diego Gonzalez still at the plate. The count is 2-1. Pitch misses as Mingo goes down with the throw. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. It is reaching 10 o'clock here at Sinsheimer. Fans just awaiting that fireworks show as Diego Gonzalez draws a walk. There are runners on the corners, 2 outs here in the 8th inning, and Brady Alves to the plate.
I think this is by far the longest regular season game I have ever been a part of, Addy.
This is pretty crazy. And on top of that, it's a fireworks show. Like, none of the fans have left. We will be here 30 minutes after the game just for the fireworks. I don't know how half of the little kids here are even still awake. First pitch to Alves is a ball.
Would you like to know why this game has gone on so long, Addy?
Please tell me.
We are looking at 7 pitchers used by the San Diego Bombers, 8 walks on top of that.
Pitch gets away from the catcher Towning. Alves did not go, so that'll be ball 2. Two balls and no strikes with 2 outs. The pitch misses low and outside. That is 3 straight balls to Brady Alves, who has yet to reach base today. Runners on the corners. Kosei Suzuki stands on third. The pitch is swung on for strike 1. Three balls and 1 strike to Brady Alves.
Brady Alves have the green light on 3-0 there, Addy.
And it looks like he will draw a walk. And for the 3rd time in this half inning, the bases are loaded for the Blues. And that will bring us back to the top of the lineup. And Dom Nahar will get another hack at it in this inning. Nahar, who walked in his first at-bat. He comes up with the bases loaded. First pitch is low for ball 1.
Led off this inning, too.
The 1-0 pitch, a called strike 1.
The San Diego Bombers have yet another pitcher warming up in their bullpen just in case Aaron Mingo cannot get out of this inning. Looks to be number 39, Evan Chan.
Strike 2 to Dom Nahar. There's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. The count is 2-2. The pitch is swung on and sent back. He'll stay alive. The deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The bases are loaded. It's the bottom of the 8th inning. pitch is a called strike 3 looking to Dom Nahar. And wow, let's just recap this real quick. The Blues score 4 runs on 1 hit here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 3 runners are left on base. The score is 8-1 heading into the top of the 9th inning. The score is 8-1 here in the top of the 9th inning. At the plate is Jackson Summer. He came in to hit for Mark McNanny, and he'll start off the count with 1 strike, make that 2. The count is 0-2 early on to the leadoff batter here in the 9th.
Carson Boyer is ready to watch some fireworks. He is working at a rapid pace up there, ready for this game to end.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch misses outside. The count is even. That ball hit high into center field. Dom Nahar will call for it and make the catch for out number 1 here in the 9th.
Beautiful pitch by Carson Boyer there. Just a sinker that he had to fish up and fly out to center field very weakly.
It looks like number 25, Truett Ross, will come to the plate. He'll come in for Joey Doscosel, who came in for Aiden Campbell, and he'll see strike 1. Second pitch, a strike 2. The 0-2 pitch, and just misses high. The count 1-2. And that will be strike 3 to the pinch hitter, Truett Ross. And the top of the order up to the plate, and Dylan Martin. The first pitch to the leadoff batter is a ball. The 1-0 pitch misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Swing and a miss from Martin for strike one.
Everybody clap your hands. Come on, y'all. Everybody clap your
The
hands.
2-1 is swung on foul over to the visiting dugout. Fans calling for that final hot sauce. The pitch misses outside for ball 3. The count is full. Folks, stay tuned after the show. We'll have a very special post-game show live on the field. So tune in, stay tuned about 5 minutes after the final pitch. Here it is, 3-2, swung on, and that is it here in the 9th. The Blues win 8-1 against the San Diego Bombers. As I said, stay tuned. In just about 5 minutes, we will have a very fun post-game show for you all here on the Blues Streaming Network.